Am I on? Good morning and welcome. It's 9 a.m. and I call this January 17th, 2017 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to order here in the County Santa Maria hearing room. Mr. Allen, would you read the roll?
Mr. Williams?
Here.
Ms. Wolf?
Here.
Mr. Adam?
Here.
Mr. Lavignino?
Here.
Ms. Hartman?
Here. Would everyone stand, please? Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now we need to approve the minutes of January 10th, 2017. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second? We have motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The minutes stand approved. Ms. Miyasato, do you have our CEO's report for us today?
Good morning, Chair Hartman and board members. Yes, I do. I wanted to just give a quick update on the governor's budget, which was released last Tuesday. As you know, the state's budget has significant impact on us, and also today on your open session agenda is our legislative platform. But last Tuesday, the governor released his proposed budget, and he's been consistent in emphasizing prudence and caution as the state looks at reduced revenue expectations. The State Department of Finance has reported revenues below forecast for all of the state's big three general fund sources, which are income, sales, and corporate taxes, showing weakness as part of a potential economic slowdown. The governor lists a series of unknowns that are causing this cautionary budget, and that includes a volatile source of major state funding from personal income taxes, potential impending sluggish economy, and a new administration in Washington, D.C. that could make significant changes to federal programs. For us, some of the significant issues concerning counties have to do with impacts to our county social services departments. The state is going to begin unwinding the coordinated care initiative and elimination of the in-home supportive service maintenance of effort, resulting in approximately $625 million statewide in new county costs in 17-18 alone that could build to at least $4.4 billion over the next 6 years. This cost is a result of returning back to counties a 35% share of the non-federal costs related to the IHSS program, including newly added costs resulting from an expansion, state actions to increase the minimum wage, paid sick leave, and as well as federal action to require overtime pay. So for Santa Barbara County, an early estimate of the potential cost is about an additional $2.4 million to administer the IHSS program. However, there is likely to be significant advocacy efforts from counties statewide to bring about a change to this proposal before the governor's final May revise. The governor's budget also includes a slightly modified version of the administration's transportation funding proposal originally released in September 2015. And while the $4.3 billion per year proposal is a starting point for efforts to secure sustainable funding for local streets and roads, the governor's plan, as CSAC has demonstrated over and again, will not be enough to stop the continued deterioration of the local network statewide. We will continue to get updates from our state advocates, as well as CSAC and our other statewide associations in the coming months, and we will continue to brief the board as we get new information. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions by any of the supervisors on Ms. Miyasato's report? Any comments? Seeing none, then we will turn to our administrative agenda. Mr. Allen, will you read this into the record, please? I'm sorry. Do you read the whole agenda in and then we'll pull it? Okay. Does any supervisor have any items on the administrative agenda they would like to pull?
I don't need to pull anything, though there may be a speaker on A8.
Okay, then we'll pull A18. Are there any other items?
And that was A8.
Oh, A8.
There may be a speaker in Santa Barbara on A8.
At this point, I do not have a speaker on A8. We can wait and see if that
Then let's not pull it.
materializes.
Let's just go.
Okay, may we first then go to item A18? Mr. Allen, would you read this into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, item A18 is a resolution that's going to be presented today. It's sponsored by Supervisors Williams and Wolf. And I think we have to receive that here is Eonja Brown. Is she here to receive, or is she in Santa Barbara to receive the resolution? Yeah, so let's see if she's in Santa Barbara. Can we go to Santa Barbara with the camera and...
There it goes.
So, Mr. Barker, is there anybody there to receive the resolution this morning, item A18?
From the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee.
Yes, we have two people who would like to share.
Okay, great. All right, I'm going to go ahead then and read the resolution into the record at this time. This is a resolution celebrating the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Whereas Dr. Martin King Jr. led a life of exemplary courage, selflessness, and personal integrity, and was a leader of the United States civil rights movement. And whereas in 1955, Dr. King was elected by the local chapter of the Montgomery, Alabama NAACP to lead a boycott of the citywide bus system to protest the discriminatory policies that African American citizens endured, which led to the arrest of Rosa Parks, who refused to give up her seat. Dr. King's successful adherence to nonviolent protest in Montgomery was the foundation of the civil rights movement of the 1960s. And whereas in 1967, Dr. King delivered a speech to the Southern Christian Leadership Conference in which he illuminates the need for love and compassion. Dr. King articulated the importance of a strong, demanding love while admonishing the damaging power of hatred when he proclaimed, "I have decided to stick with love. Hate is too great a burden to bear." And whereas on January 16, 2017, the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee of Santa Barbara presented a community march and hosted a program at the Arlington Theater honoring Dr. King and our local commitment to this year's theme, "I have decided to stick with love." And whereas on January 13th through 16th, 2017, the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee of Santa Barbara presented a weekend of events celebrating Dr. King in music, song, dance, and speaking. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors and celebrates the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and encourages all residents to participate in the scheduled community events. Passed and adopted today by the Board.
Madam Chair, since we are here and we have the resolution to present to you, this is a virtual handoff of the resolution from Supervisor Williams and myself, but we'll make sure that we get it to you. I'm going to give it to Mr. Allen right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And may I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. Is there any additional comments any supervisors would like to make?
Yes, and the members of the committee, Isaac Sojourner and Wanja, may wish to make some comment as well. But I just want to thank the committee. It's not easy. They have to fundraise and keep it going year after year. And I was particularly inspired by the theme this year after the vitriol that we all have watched in the past year. I'll even say bipartisan vitriol that we've seen in the past year. It is the right tone to talk about whatever struggles we go forth in love and in truth. And so it's a great theme, and thank you for carrying on the tradition.
Were there any other supervisors who would like to add anything? I would like to say something, and then we'll open it up. This is a quote that I think builds on what was already said in the resolution. Martin Luther King Jr.'s words, "To retaliate in kind would do nothing but intensify the existence of hate in the universe. Along the way of life, someone must have sense enough and morality enough to cut off the chain of hate." Thank you. Would you like to comment? You may say something if you'd like in Santa Barbara.
Good morning. The Martin Luther King Jr. Committee would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for the resolution, and especially Supervisor Williams and Wolf. And if you would allow me, I would just like to read the names of our board members. Our President, Wanja Lawson Brown, who is here with me. Louis J. Watkins, Second Vice President. Yours truly, First Vice President. Anita Bloom, Treasurer. Tony Shotize, Secretary. Gary Atkins, our sound man. Sojourner Kincaid Rowe, our essay contest person. All of the members of the committee is important, but I would especially like to acknowledge and recognize Sojourner Kincaid Rowe for her role in putting together that essay contest. I think we all recognize that the children is our future. If we don't prepare them as we should to be able to withstand the strong winds that's going to be blown against them in the future, they might get blown away. And I think we all, as you recognize, as individual citizens and as political leaders, that we must provide the resources that our children need in order to be able to continue on the path of what Dr. Martin Luther King dreamed about. In conversations with our contest chairperson, Sojourner, recently, she indicated that some of the schools was not encouraging their teachers to participate. And I think that's a shame. We also know that the schools, in our opinion, is not doing an adequate job in preparing our kids in certain areas. And at least we are trying to assist. And we would like the support of every organization and people who believe in not only just Dr. King, but who actually believe in what's right. I think we all are looking for the same thing. We all want the best we can provide for our families, and we also want to leave a good environment for the ones that follow us. And we thank you for your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. I certainly appreciate your support and the support of the city of Santa Barbara and also the state, because all of those officials support our effort, and we hope and trust that you will continue. The mission statement of the Santa Barbara Martin Luther King Committee is to foster positive relationships between the many diverse groups in the Santa Barbara community and the surrounding areas, to sponsor programs and events which exemplify the teachings of Dr. King, and to observe and celebrate the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. And I think we did that this past weekend. We had several events, and most notably was an event we had on Saturday with the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation and the Buddhist community, as well as the UCSB Center for Black Studies Research, in order to continue to do the kinds of things that we're doing and the gifts that we bring to the city of Santa Barbara. We need everyone's support and contribution to make this happen, and we thank you for your support on behalf of the Martin Luther King Committee of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I would just like to say I appreciate the comments that Isaac made in regards to the young people, and I would just like to add that we do have enthusiasm from the schools who participate and the teachers who participate, and I especially acknowledged Roosevelt School and the Montessori Center School, and also our partners on the Poetry and Essay Contest, the Anti-Defamation League of Santa Barbara. We come under the umbrella of their No Place for Hate campaign that goes out to all of the schools every year. So we're very, very honored to be their partners, but I especially want to applaud the schools who did participate and the hard work of their teachers. One of the teachers wrote a note that she teaches her students about Martin Luther King starting in early December and has them writing essays. And so it's no surprise to me that all of her students won awards, that many of those students who won awards from her were from her class. And the idea is to give our young people in the community an opportunity to express themselves on issues that affect them and that they hope that we will consider when we plan their future until they are adults. So thank you very much for acknowledging us and for continuing to support the work of Dr. King. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. And do we have any public speakers, Mr. Allen?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we have a late request to speak on this item, item A18 from Jeff Bard in Santa Barbara. Mr. Bard.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My favorite MLK quote reiterates the importance of exercise of free speech, speaking truth to power, as they say, but in a unique way, showing the great insight that this brilliant genius, Dr. Martin Luther King, exercised. It's really a variation on an old theme that in order for evil to triumph, it is necessary merely for good persons to remain silent. I think that's Edmund Burke, someone like that. We might regret not so much, this is Martin Luther King, my favorite quote. We might regret, it's not a literal quote, it's a paraphrase. We may suffer from or we may regret not so much the words, the actions, the slings and arrows of our enemies as the silence of our friends. I carried that on a sign 2 years in a row for the MLK March. This year I didn't carry the sign, so I'm making up by bringing that slogan to your attention. The way I interpret it is simply that if I regard myself as a sympathizer with someone who's being oppressed anywhere, or if I regard myself an ally, that is not enough. Dr. King's call of conscience is a call to take action, to speak out words of outrage, words of protest, and really stand by while people suffer in Santa Barbara County, or for that matter, anywhere in the world, be it Iraq, Syria, Eastern Ukraine, Afghanistan. Reverend Garcia listed about 25 places in her speech yesterday, and then she dropped the bomb, saying that each of these couple dozen places have suffered mass violence in the past 30 days. So I keep going back to Dr. King's insight. It's not Donald Trump, it's not Fidel Castro, it's not Vladimir Putin, it's not Fox News or whomever you regard as the villain that is really responsible for bad outcomes, so much as our own silence, our own inaction, our own failure to speak out for our friends and allies. So not so much the actions of our enemies as the silence of our friends. So please speak out when you see something wrong being done. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one further late request from Dr. Johns to speak on this item. Dr. Johns?
Good morning, supervisors. Now, we've just had a celebration here yesterday, Martin Luther King. He is one of our greatest heroes, a man who would do anything for his own people. Now, I'd like to come at this from a different perspective because I see some supervisors who say things, but they don't really do what they say. They talk a lot. And you see, in my perspective, when you bring black people together, African American people together, you should be talking about issues that are germane to them. Just like was said today, you should be talking about education. And then you should be talking about jobs. Now Carbajal was always great for saying jobs, jobs, jobs. That was false news. It was fake. And Das Williams, what's going to be your mantra? Now these people, myself also, see, we should have a march going right to the Human Service Department and saying, hey, we got jobs here for black people, for Hispanic people, you see, for Filipino people. After all, those are all the people, Das Williams, that you claim to be from. Hispanics, blacks. Oh, no, wait a minute, you're not black. You're not black like me, but you're Hispanic and you're Filipino. I find that curious, very curious, but I'll search into the background of all of that. But you see, there was a lot of black people out there who would like to be working for the county. After all, the county offers benefits, even though it does have a $1 billion unfunded. But how many black people are you hiring? See, this is a falsity, the total falsity of this county, of you, Das Williams. You see, you talk and you go out and have people celebrating, but where are the jobs for black people? I'd like to know where they are. Where are those jobs? There are none. And this county is racist. It's discriminatory, you see. And I'm the first one, because you see, I was discriminated against over 11 years ago. And that's why I'm here. 11 years ago, that racist Carbajal told me I couldn't work as a clinical psychologist. And I'm better, got more mind, better intellect than any psychologist you got in this
That is your
department.
time, Dr. Johns. Thank you so much for
Thank
addressing
you.
us this morning.
Das Williams, you racist. Thank you very much.
So we've had the resolution, a motion, and a second. And is there any more discussion? All in favor of adopting the resolution, please say aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. The other item that was pulled, I believe, by Supervisor Adam is agenda item number 3.
I just need a roll call vote.
Yeah.
I'll
Oh.
move this item. Oh, you need to read it.
Yeah.
Please read that into the
And
record.
we also have one request to speak on A3. And Darren Fotheringham here in Santa Maria. Darren.
Did you read it into the?
Yeah, did you read that? Oh, you
Yeah,
did.
this item A3, this is from Human Resources. This is to consider recommendation regarding the Sheriff Managers Association successor MOU.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Darren Fotheringham, a commander with the Sheriff's Office and president of the Sheriff's Managers Association. And the County of Santa Barbara and Sheriff's Managers Association have come to a tentative agreement on a successor MOU. And part of that process is to update our previously expired MOU, which was actually originally drafted nearly 10 years ago. The process includes updating the MOU to the terms and conditions of the tentative agreement to make any changes as required by law, and then also to incorporate any previous agreements that were in the form of a side letter authorized by this board as amendments to the MOU. When presented with the draft MOU, it was noted that one of the agreements from a previous side letter from May 19th, 2010, as authorized by this board, was not incorporated. That was a benefit to allow sheriff's managers to have outside health insurance outside the county contracted group. It's benefits at no cost to the county. The Human Resources Bureau has not added that into the existing MOU, and we would ask that today that you do draft, or that you do authorize this a tentative agreement and direct the Human Resources to include that previously approved benefit into the current MOU going forward. I have copies of the previous side letter for the board, the clerk, and the CEO. I've highlighted that benefit. This benefit is also offered to other associations. It's currently in the firefighters MOU. I do not know off the top of my head if it's in any others. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Not for the
No,
speaker.
not for the speaker. I have a-
And have we, there are no more public comments on this, Mr. Allen? So, okay, so I bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I received a call from a representative from the Sheriff Managers Association on Friday, and I spoke to Mr. McLeod about this, and Mr. McLeod wrote me an extensive, we spoke and had an extensive discussion about this, and I felt confident in moving forward with this item as it's presented to us. But maybe, Madam Chair, maybe Mr. McLeod may want to come forward and address this issue for the board.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, I'm Bob McLeod from Employee Relations for the county. On May 19th, 2010, the county entered into an agreement with the Sheriff's Managers Association, and that item included 8 things that we came to agreement on. 7 of them were one-time, point-of-time items that happened only once and were not appropriate for continued inclusion in the MOU. Item 6 on that agreement was specifically delineated as being added to the MOU, and it was. This item was not raised by SMA during our current negotiations, either prior to bargaining at the table or at all until after we had a tentative agreement. We had no authority. We discussed nothing with the board about the sheriff's managers having the opportunity to offer a new health plan throughout this bargaining. I had no authority to agree to it. Mr. Fotheringham indicates that other bargaining units have similar language. The firefighters have language which allows them to provide a different plan, but that language has been in place for many years. It is not an opportunity to offer a new plan. So we did not include the language. I don't feel it's appropriate based on the tentative agreement from May 19th, and I don't think we had any authority to do so, not having spoken to the board about it and gotten authority to provide this as a new benefit.
Thank you. Did any supervisor have questions for Mr. McLeod? Okay, Supervisor Lavanino?
Yeah, this is tough because we're out in open session on this, and I'd probably rather discuss this in closed session. So I'm either prepared to move forward as we are, or, but I guess the question is, yeah, I just soon talk about this in closed session. I would move that we table this until after this afternoon when we can talk in closed session. If we could, Mr. Gazzoni, would we be able to discuss this in closed session at lunch?
Chair Hartman and supervisors, yes, the board is broadly noticed for all bargaining units today
right.
for closed session.
Then I would suggest that we table this, bring it back this afternoon after closed session where we can all discuss it in closed session.
And Supervisor Williams, did you have a comment?
Sure. This is on the agreement itself, just for purposes of the public understanding of the agreement. In reading the materials, it talks about the wage growth being partially offset by the reduction of the employer portion of the employer contribution to pension. So I assume this means that the county in this agreement would be fully implementing the provisions of PEPRA, the pension reform legislation requiring 50%, that half get paid by the employee and no more than half by the county. Is that correct?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, no, that's not correct. The first portion of PEPRA went into effect in January of 2013, and that has been implemented. The issue of PEPRA for existing employees hired prior to that date has not been fully explored. We have reopeners in all of our MOUs, including the one with SMA that you're reviewing today, to reopen on that issue in September of this year. So the second half of PEPRA will be discussed with all of our unions in September of this year, and it'll be coming back to you early next year.
And what is the reference to in that these, the 6.9% overall unit-wide wage growth would be partially offset by concessions, primarily the elimination of employer-paid pickup?
All of our bargaining units have agreed to concessions as far back as 2011. The sheriff's managers are the last ones to agree to eliminate what's called the employer offset, which was a specified amount that the county paid towards the employee's retirement. So that's included in this. We also eliminated our retiree medical program for new employees. That also has impact.
Supervisor Wolf, did you have an additional comment?
Just a question. If we discuss this in closed session, will we be able to, or is that your intention, Supervisor, to then come back in open session and
Yes, this
make it-
afternoon after lunch.
to
Yeah,
trail
just
the
it.
item?
So I think it would be helpful if just a motion to trail the item until after lunch.
I'll make a motion that we trail this item until after lunch.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes to trail this until this afternoon after the closed session. For those of you who aren't familiar, the Brown Act allows us to meet in closed session on personnel matters such as this. Now I'd like to have a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda.
So,
Second?
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So the administrative agenda, other than this item number 3, passes. Now's the time in our agenda when we allow for the public to comment on any issues that are not on today's agenda, but within the supervisor or the county's jurisdiction. Do we have any speakers, Mr. Allen?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we have 4 requests to speak, and we are going to Santa Barbara for all 4. We're going to start with Jeff Bard, be followed by Dr. Johns. Mr. Bard?
Am I live? Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. All bets are off on our expectations for the upcoming budget and fiscal year. For instance, in the area of transportation, the National Highway Trust Fund has been dwindling over the years due to lower gas prices and lower gas tax revenue. And the current Congress, current federal administration apparently takes a dim view toward discretionary grants, such as those that we have become quite used to. The FAST Act will hold the fort until 2020, but we don't know what's going to happen with much else. There's something, as you probably know, called TIGER grants, which means Transit and Investment Generating Economic Recovery. These grants are discretionary. We may not see them renewed under the current policy, kind of Ayn Rand type federal policies that we may be looking at for the next 2 years and as much as the next 8 years. So I would suggest we be ready to think on our feet and act quickly to, on a county level, a state level, and a local level, fill these gaps as they arise. That's just in the area of transport, which we have lots of problems. Coming in even this morning on Highway 101, there was a massive traffic jam that just went for miles. and MTD was rerouting, and I was, reconsidering taking Amtrak in. So we have similar problems with Medi-Cal funding. I think something like 1/3 of it comes from federal Medicaid, probably more. There's people who know a lot more about it than I do. But the list goes on and on and on. Also in this county, we do have oil deposits. Open question what's going to happen, but we have commit to understanding that there is a climate change problem. So all those policies are just subject to being overturned by really a federal executive that's demonstrated unpredictability. For better or for worse, very unpredictable, and that might be helpful dealing with ISIS or dealing with Vladimir Putin. But when dealing with our policies for our county, unpredictability is not a good thing. So let's roll up our sleeves and keep our eye on the ball and get ready to very rapidly adopt new county ordinances to meet the gaps on a county level as needed. Thank you.
Dr. Johns. Dr. Johns, and then we're going to hear from Ed Kolaski.
This is what? Public comment. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, black like me. That's incredible, isn't it? Now, if the environmentalists knew that a certain supervisor was black like me, after all, this supervisor claims to be Hispanic, Filipino, Mexican American. I mean, he's got all kinds of. But after assessing all of those different ethnicities, the guy is black like me. See, I'm African American. My mother, my grandmother, my great grandmother, black woman, African American. My grandfather, great grandfather, full blooded Cherokee Indian. I'm proud of that heritage. Run my hand through my head, and I'm proud of who I am. And I don't have any cultural conflicts. I don't have any cultural, but when you got cultural conflicts, like when environmentalists, you think you're an environmentalist. You don't even vote for the people in your district. The people in the first district, there's a lot of senior citizens in that district. And you don't even know the issues in that. There's over 6,000 senior citizens in this county, in this city, in the first district who are looking for apartments, looking for 6,000. And here you are, Das, sitting up with a suit and a tie, and you got no interest in dealing with this issue. There's Casa de la Raza. Could be a community center. That's in your district. You didn't know that. And then there's a homeless center over there. Have you ever visited that, Das? See, you got issues here that you didn't even think you was going to have to deal with. But you got to deal with them now. Carbajal deal with them by not making them an issue. It's a non-issue. And that's just the way you're going to deal with them. So, and you got me to deal with too, because I'm going to be on your derriere. See, when you got those racist environment, that's the first word that came out of your mouth after they signed you in, the environmentalists. Environmentalists are Nazis. That's what they are. They're nothing but Nazis.
Dr. Johns,
Carvajal's
could
a
you
Nazi,
keep on the issue,
and you're
please?
a
That would be
Nazi.
very helpful to us.
I beg your pardon?
Please direct your comments to issues within our jurisdiction to address.
Well, if Nazis vote for supervisors here, then that's an issue germane to this county board of supervisors. I'm sorry if I embarrass you, Madam Chair, but I'm just telling the truth of what's going on in this county. Thank you very much. Very sorry to embarrass somebody. I don't know who I embarrassed, but Jesus.
So our next speaker is Ed Kolaski, to be followed by Dorothy Dent, who's our final speaker.
Good morning. It's good to see some new faces here, too. Thank you. I've been trying to get a remodel on our house for the last 3 years. We went to the SBAR, Board of Architectural Review. After 4 meetings, we had a 5-2 vote. It looked like we were on our way. 2 of the members had objected to our first design, so we expanded it as requested to from solely over the garage to over the kitchen, the dining room, and part of the living room, plus the laundry room. We come in and we sit down. They take a vote, 7-0 against us. My architect stands up to ask what's going on. Dylan jumps up, a member of the board, and he starts shouting at us. Architect sits down, he sits down. Architect stands up, he stands up, starts shouting at us. Architect sits down, he stands up and down, up and down. Alex goes, "That's it. You're out of here." To us, not to Dylan. We never got to say a single word. A governmental meeting that I paid for, we were ejected without a single word, and we're trying to get approval on our remodel. 3 of the members got together, since we had submitted the design ahead of time. The design that we carried in, my architect carried out. We never got to open it up. The plan was, we're going to tell the other members that they made no changes, that nothing has been changed. And we added 300 square feet to a 400 square foot project that they had requested. Nothing had changed. 3 weeks later, we get in the mail that we had been rejected because we didn't make any changes, that we were uncooperative. I go in to see Ryan Cooksey, who's writing a report on our project. Ryan, what are you doing with our old design? He's sitting there at his desk writing the project up, and he's got our old design out. I said, "Look at the date on that, Ryan. That's old. I'll get my architect to send you a new design." He apparently wasn't permitted to see the new design at that time. What do we do with people like this? How do we do? So, okay, we were cited for locating our second story solely over the garage. And I hope you have this plot down there, or graph down there, that shows that it's over the garage, the kitchen, the dining room, and part of the living room, and over the laundry room. How do we have to make an extortion payment? Is that the only way we get approval? You know, one of the other projects passed by 5 of the same members, which wasn't as nice as ours, but was basically the same idea. They got approval in 2 weeks. How do you get approval in 2 weeks when you got to submit 3
Thank
drawings?
you. That is your time.
Dorothy Dent is our final speaker.
Hi, good morning. Supervisors, I'm glad you weren't in Santa Barbara today. I'm Dorothy, and we had a terrible gridlock, and it took 45 minutes to get here just from Isla Vista. Santa Barbara is a more and more popular place, and I would request to please work to limit further growth and allow existing homes to upgrade and maybe add their second stories if properly permitted, because if you do that, then the unpermitted and potentially dangerous work won't be encouraged. I know that I am supposed to speak on jurisdictional issues, but there's some issues that are involving all of your constituents that are difficult. This is what is occurring in the courts. What happens here in Santa Barbara often is that we have a court system that is corrupt, and it is hurtful to the people that are involved in it. Particularly, I'm going through a very difficult time helping some other people monitor this court system. It's been really harmful to us, and it's breaking families apart and hurting people. It may be because there is a court system that is corrupt, unjust, breaks its own rules and laws, does not have and or has defective and expensive transcripts, and is difficult for people of lower means to navigate. And it may even be rotten from the inside out, just like an apple. I spoke about organic apples last week, and this one was one that would be rotten to the core. Our court system here is one that blatantly and with impunity steals from the poor, the disabled, the weak, the elderly, and the disenfranchised, and gives to the rich, the powerful, and the well-connected. And Santa Barbara, California is not alone in this. These prominent judicial and legal officials, some local even, work as trusted leaders in the community, church, and educational institutions, and are getting away with this bad behavior because they are not accountable to higher supervision. They use lies, false accusations, and powerful political liaisons to accomplish their premeditated, nefarious, and illegal acts. And it may be just to enrich the coffers and maintain a shroud of fear, control, and secrecy onto their own people, who are supposed to be their public servants. You may be prey to an illusion of justice that is not just at all. But there is hope. Organizations are sorting out the chaos. Our representatives, lawyers, law enforcement, and allies are working to right the wrongs and protect our people, hopefully. Hannah Beth Jackson, our own state representative, has co-sponsored a bill to audit the Commission for Judicial Performance, an institution that is supposed to oversee the Superior Court and has not been audited in over 56 years. The wheels of justice turn slowly, and if I and the good, honest people and others and everyone work together to save ourselves and other innocents by revealing the truth through determination, honesty, and using our legal system and our law enforcement, we will work hard to change the tide. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. So with that, I close the public comment period and we turn to our departmental agenda. Mr. Allen, would you read the first item into the record, please?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item 1 is from the County Executive Office. It's a hearing to consider the appointment of directors to the Board of Directors of Kachuma Resource Conservation District in lieu of election. And this item is being withdrawn from the agenda today. And just to note, we're going to bring this back on your agenda of February 7th for the appointments.
Ms. Miyasato, did you have anything else to add to that?
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, no, we just realized that we need to renotice the application, and so that's what we'll be doing, but we'll be bringing it back to you.
Thank you. Are there any speaker slips on this item?
No request to speak.
May I have a motion and a second to withdraw this item from today's agenda?
So moved, and to agendize this for February 7th.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Now we turn to item number 2. Mr. Allen?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, item number 2 is comes to the board from the Board of Supervisors. This is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the appointments of members to the Behavioral Wellness Commission. I just want to note that we also posted an addendum to this item last Friday, which added an additional recommendation, which was to appoint the Reverend Mary Moreno Richardson in addition to the other appointees listed on the printed agenda.
Good. And Ms. Nisich?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. This item, as noted, is on your agenda to continue to appoint members to the Behavioral Wellness Commission. However, it is specifically on your departmental agenda today to appoint a member of the Board of Supervisors to serve on this commission as well. As you're aware, the prior Mental Health Commission and Alcohol, Drug, and Other Problems Board was dissolved on January 10th, and the new Behavioral Wellness Commission created. That new commission has 21 members, one of which is a member of the board. So today we ask that you do appoint a member, and we are pleased to welcome that member.
Thank you. Are there any supervisors who have questions of Ms. Nisich? Are there any speaker slips on this item?
I have one request to speak from Mr. Bard in Santa Barbara. Jeff Bard.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I was present previously on this and held my tongue. I really have a lot of questions about some of the personnel on this commission, but I'm going to go ahead and bite my tongue because I wish them all success in their endeavors, and I don't want to engage in really any kind of a personal attack. So I will restrict my comment to the following, that this commission, I think, is a textbook example of a bureaucratic creation which is deeply flawed. It has districting diversity, but it does not achieve the intellectual and ideological diversity that is really needed to come up with meaningful recommendations in this very complex and very contentious field. So I would wish them well, but I would advise the board to thoroughly discount any recommendations that come out of that commission, because their recommendations are pretty much going to reflect a kind of a group think, collective culture of people who have demonstrated, individuals who I'm not going to name, who've really demonstrated they are yes men and yes women, who pretty much rubber stamp. They click up with people who agree with them. Anyone who dares to question their policies gets really personally attacked and ostracized in the worst possible ways, and almost resulted in litigation in the infamous Warming Gate debacle at the Freedom Warming Center, in which one of your personnel was fired. So expect them to support the constitutionally defective Laura's Law in a very uncritical way. Expect them to rubber stamp shilling for big pharma, even though these very same people oppose big pharma when it fights tuberculosis and HIV/AIDS and pneumonia and influenza, but all of a sudden they're shills for big pharma when it comes to psychotropic medications. Go figure. And expect more shilling for the comeback for electroconvulsive shock therapy, which really should be listed along with waterboarding and bamboo under the fingernails as cruel and unusual punishment. Yes, 1 person out of 1,000, it maybe helps, but in general, it's really a discredited approach that belongs to lobotomies. So go ahead, wish them luck, go for it, but please pay no heed to whatever this commission recommends going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to close the public comment on this item then, and we have 2 items to decide, the board member who would like to participate and then approving the community members. Ms. Nisich, would you describe the time commitment, what's involved in service for the board members?
Yes, Chair Hartman, this commission meets once a month, and it typically meets from about 3 hours each meeting. And most of the information, there are typically reports brought to the full commission by members of behavioral wellness staff, typically the director and deputies. And this is an advisory commission to the Board of Supervisors.
And where are the meetings held?
Chair Hartman, the meetings are typically held in South County at the Children's Clinic on Upper San Antonio Road. However, there are provisions for teleconferencing for the meetings. So we do have individuals that meet while in North County and are included within the meeting.
Good. Well, this is a very, very important commission for the county. Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to nominate you as our appointee to this commission.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I will second that nomination. I think that's outstanding.
I hadn't quite expected that because I do have a very busy schedule this year. And let me just ask before we go forward, is there anyone else who would like to do this?
Well, I think you'd be an excellent choice. If your schedule does not permit it, I would be happy to step in.
Okay. Is that what you would prefer that.
I would, again, I think this is extremely important commission. I think this is a critical time. I'm taking a great deal of care in nominating people to serve on this, but with a large district being new and being chair, I fear that I cannot give it everything that it deserves. So if you would retract your motion in second and we could have an alternative motion for Supervisor Williams to serve, I think that would be a better strategy for this year.
Okay, I will remove my motion. I know there's a formal way to say that. And will nominate Supervisor Williams.
And may we have a second? Second. All those, any additional discussion? Oh, Dr. Gleghorn, sorry, I didn't see you there. Please.
Chair and members of the board, I believe we need to have a member serve and an alternate named as well.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Nisich.
Chair Hartman, I do not have the bylaws in front of me. I apologize. I believe it is a board member. I do not recall having an alternate unless, why don't we do, if we could go ahead and have the board member, the member appointed at this point? The board member appointed at this point. I apologize. I don't recall that there's actually an alternate unless Dr. Gleghorn has the bylaws with her.
Dr. Gleghorn, did you have anything to add?
I don't have the new bylaws, but previously there had been 2 members of the board designated with the Mental Health Commission, but one was primary and one was an alternate. I don't know if County Council has a comment.
And what are the duties of the alternate? That person is expected to attend all the meetings, I take it. Dr. Gleghorn?
No, actually, I think the primary would attend the meetings and the alternate would attend in their absence. But again, I'll defer to County Council if there's a comment.
Mr. Gazzoni, did you have?
Chair Hartman, I was just looking at the actual bylaws that the board considered in December when going this direction. And at that time, and I understand that this is in flux, but at that time the bylaws indicated that the 21st voting member is a member of the Board of Supervisors and does not actually address an alternate within those bylaws. But as Ms. Nisich said, if this changes, you could always bring back the alternate appointment at a later date.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Supervisor Williams and then Wolf.
Are we precluded from having an alternate? I just think given the fact that we all have busy schedules, I think it's a good idea to have an alternate when possible.
Supervisor Wolf, you had your light on and it was off. Okay, how about this? I am willing to serve as the alternate, and Supervisor Williams is willing to be the primary. And Supervisor Wolf, I assume you would amend your motion or make another motion to that effect. Oh, Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Hartman and supervisors, my comment will just be that the bylaws that the board considered in December did not provide for an alternate. So if you were going to have an alternate now, there'd be an amendment of that. And it might be simplest today to just appoint one supervisor and then give staff an opportunity to work with behavioral wellness and the commission on looking at those bylaws and then come back for an alternate if needed or if requested.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that Supervisor Williams will serve as our member on the committee and on the commission. So all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Now we need to approve the community members nominated by the 1st, 3rd, and 5th district supervisors. May I have a motion and a second? Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, and welcome Supervisors Williams.
Thank you. Turning next to item number 3 on our departmental agenda. Mr. Allen?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, this is brought to the board from Supervisor Lavignino. This is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Child Care Planning Council membership.
And do we have Ms. Stone?
Good morning, Chair Hartman and supervisors. We have an annual member certification for the Child Care Planning Council, which is submitted to the California Department of Education each January. As you will see, it's attachment A to the agenda letter, and we have been missing an appointment from the Board of Supervisors for close to 2 years. We had a staff person from Supervisor Lavignino's office who retired, and then her replacement was unable to continue with us because of scheduling conflicts. Previous to that, we had a staff person from Supervisor Gray's office. So the Child Care Planning Council has mandated tasks that are embedded in the education code. We are under the joint authority of the Board of Supervisors and the Superintendent of Schools. So we do have an appointed representative to the Superintendent of Schools in place, and we would really like to fill the position with the board appointment so that we can continue to have communication between the council and the board, and that to keep you informed of the issues that affect our children and families, particularly surrounding childcare and other early education services. So if you have any questions, the commitment of for this position is roughly 4 hours a month. The Planning Council meets 8 times a year. There is one annual full-day strategic planning retreat in September, and then we meet from October through May, with the exception of December. This appointed member would also serve on our steering committee, which meets monthly. So each of those meetings are typically about 2 hours. And we meet in the Mid-County area. The Planning Council meetings are at the Cachuma Lake Recreation Hall, and our steering committee meetings are in Solvang. So
Thank you. And would you stay, Supervisor Lavignino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, yeah, this was a case where I had an employee retire and did not replace her. And so this was one of her other duties, and being down in person, I couldn't really, I only have one person in the office, and the meetings are in Buellton. And so it was just a scheduling conflict. And so it's not that big of a commitment of time, but it is important that we have somebody there.
And it is something that the supervisor's staff could do, not the supervisor, him or herself.
that's correct. That's typically been the case with this appointment.
Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unless there is no one else who would like to take this on, I would be happy to be the appointee.
Wonderful. I had a question. I've been attending meetings sponsored by United Way and the North County Econ Alliance, their Walleye Initiative, the Workforce and Literacy Initiative, where they have a goal of 1,000 new child care places in North County for the next year. So my question is the county playing a role in that, and are we coordinating with this program?
Well, the Child Care Planning Council isn't directly involved in this initiative. However, the Children's Resource and Referral, which has its main headquarters in Santa Maria, is involved in it, and 2 of its executive staff are Planning Council members. So we work with many agencies around the county to try and ensure that all children get the high-quality early care and education that they deserve. So that's certainly something that we would support. We don't have a direct involvement in terms of having a staff person there and that sort of thing, but it's one of many initiatives that we're following. For example, we have a memorandum of understanding with the Child Abuse Prevention Council and the Network of Family Resource Centers to help strengthen families through the protective factors. So that's just another example of some of the collaboration we do. So we work closely with First Five, the Resource and Referral Agency, Community Action Commission, and many other school districts and other private providers.
Are your meetings open?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, we are also subject to the Brown Act, so they are open to the public, and we encourage people to attend.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Wolf.
So Supervisor Wolf has agreed to either serve or have someone from her staff serve. May I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. So then we also have, we need a motion to approve the membership of the Child Care Planning Council.
Chair Hartman, members of
Yes.
the board, if you just would like to include the other appointments on recommendation A in the initial motion, that's fine. Just one
Okay.
motion is fine for both
But we
of those.
already moved and seconded and voted on the first, so
Okay.
we've got the second. And so that is the members of the Child Care Planning Council that was in our memorandum board letter. May I have a motion?
I'll move recommendations A and B.
Second? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. That brings us to the fourth item in our departmental agenda.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item number 4 is from the County Executive Office. This is a hearing to consider the 2017 Board of Supervisors schedule of meeting dates and locations. And we brought this back to the board today for further discussion on the schedule that was adopted by the board in December. And we're going to turn it over to the board in case you have any comments, suggested modifications, or changes to the schedule.
And do we have any speaker slips? Part of the issue here is whether how it affects public participation in board meetings.
No request to speak.
Thank you. Okay, are there any board comments? Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, in the board letter, it talks about a supervisor wanted to bring this back, and guess who that was? That was me.
Oh, I was going to guess, but
I know. You know, we did adopt this on December 6th. It was part of a very packed agenda. Hence, actually, one of the reasons why I'm bringing this back, and that is that over the years I've noticed that our meetings are decreasing, and the issues and importance seem to be increasing, particularly this year. My main concern happens to be on, if you have the attachment A, which is the meeting dates and locations, it's the February 21st meeting and September 5th meeting, or no meeting, I might add. Traditionally, what we have been doing is we have been having meetings the first, second, and third Tuesday of the month. On those two particular dates, it is noted that there is no meeting, and the reason being that the meeting follows a holiday. And I know that last year this policy was instituted. And my concern is, first, number one is public consistency. The public knows that our board meetings are the first, second, and third Tuesday of the month, and we don't hold a board meeting on the 4th. So I think we need to be consistent for the public. Secondly, we are, especially in September, we will be losing another meeting. And for the public, I think you can look at our board agendas and look at the amount of hours that we spend at each meeting, but that's not the entirety of our meeting because we have very extensive closed session meetings. So the idea of losing another meeting is troubling to me. So my suggestion in summary would be that for February 21st and September 5th, that we keep those as meeting dates. And February 28th, we change that to a no meeting because that would be the fourth. That would be the fourth Tuesday of the month. So now, let me just say that I talked to Ms. Miyasato about this, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you can comment. But I understood from Ms. Miyasato that this may cause some issues for staff if we change the February 21st date, because that's coming up very soon. But that she did not see an issue with the September 5th. Is that correct?
Chair Hartman, Supervisors, that's correct. We already have the 28th on our long-range calendar, and actually the only item really is an item from my department, and if we don't have the meeting on the 28th, we probably couldn't move it to the 21st. We'd either move it back to the March meeting. So my preference is to keep the 28th because we've already planned it on our long-range calendar.
Okay. So then if I would make a motion, it would be to change the September 5th meeting to make it a meeting, and that would be the only change to the calendar. And to also note that as a board, we're not making it a policy to take days off on the following Tuesday after a holiday on Monday.
Supervisor Adam.
Yeah, the reason that we started that was so that staff had the day off. And is there any way that, and I'm going to direct this to both Mr. Gazzoni and Ms. Miyasato, are you guys compelled to work a holiday because it really is required that you be there the day before a meeting?
Chair Adam and, Chair Hartman and supervisors, all of our attorneys are overtime exempt, which means they're not compelled to work. I guess they get to work on a holiday. We regularly have, the day before a board meeting, we'll have 4 or 5 attorneys in to address either questions from the board or questions from staff that have come up. But although my preference is not to have people in on a holiday, if I have them in on a holiday, I have the discretion as a department head to float that time to a later date. So the long answer is I actually do have attorneys in the office on the Monday holiday preceding a board meeting.
Well, okay, so this is, and I did this, so I'll take responsibility for having cost us, in this instance, 2 meetings. And I think we need the support, as you guys will find. You need to be able to call these guys when you're getting prepped up for these meetings. And if they're not in the office or if they're short-staffed, you can't find out the answers to the questions that you have to have in advance of the meeting. It's just unreasonable, I think, to expect us to be able to come to a meeting fully prepared when you have a short staff at best in the office the day before. So we just knocked off those meetings because I feel like these guys should spend the day with their families as well, instead of prepping us for the meetings. Which if we insist to have a meeting, they're going to come in. They're not. They're going to. Some of them will give up their holiday, and they're going to come in and be available. And even at that, though, you're not getting a full complement to get your questions answered. So I just thought it was better that we knock these things off. And so I'm not going to support the motion to reinstate those meetings. I don't think there's enough of them, and we have, for instance, today is 2.5 hour meeting it's supposed to be, and then we're going to have a long closed session, which the public doesn't know about. But I just think there's enough time to do within the 32 meetings I think I counted that we had before. So we'll get the work done.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate Mr. Adams' concern. And in fact, I was in the office yesterday, and Mr. Gazzoni was there, and that is a fact, that our staff probably does work on those Mondays. But I look at this as an issue of consistency and making sure that the public is aware of our meetings. And in fact, if we wanted to hold this true to form, meaning that we wouldn't have a meeting on Tuesday following a holiday, then in theory we wouldn't have had a meeting today. So I think it's very confusing for the public. And and as to asking questions, we get our agendas on Thursday. Actually, we understand and get the information the week before. So I would suggest that if we have questions, we certainly can ask them ahead of time. That's my reasoning. It's consistency, and it's also making sure that we have enough meetings. As it is, it seems like every year we're decreasing the number of meetings that we have. So if there's no other comments from board members, I'll make a motion.
There are additional comments. Supervisor Williams, and then Supervisor Lavanino, and then Supervisor Adam.
Well, I want to be honest, as the new guy here, it's hard to make a call on this with limited knowledge about the flow of these meetings. It's sort of like when mom and dad are fighting and you don't know what it's about.
And we're not mom and dad.
They have the same birthday and they're buds.
So
bad analogies. Pick something else.
So maybe the only thing that I could think of that might tip the balance for me is cost. Are all of our attorneys exempt, or does it cost us more if we have attorneys in the office on a holiday?
Chair Hartman and supervisors, all of your attorneys are overtime exempt, which means they work the number of hours to get the job done. If we have people in the office, and I'll accept management, which we just expect them to be there when needed, but if we have a staff attorney in the office on a Monday before a holiday, we will take care of that in our own way. Most of your attorneys are working well more than 50 hours a week, so they are overtime exempt, and we flex their schedules as needed so that they'll see a holiday, at one point in there or at some future holiday. So we comp them for time when we can, although managers are going to be in the office the day before a board meeting. But whatever works for the board, we'll make it happen.
Supervisor Williams, did you have a follow-on?
Yeah, they have a contract. Is this an issue in the contract? I guess that would be an indirect
No,
cost.
your staff attorneys are civil service appointees.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not just the attorneys. It's on, and this is like today was a weird day. The reason why I was okay with it today is because there really wasn't anything on the agenda outside of the legislative update. But when you get into complicated things, I know I call department heads, and I call them on Mondays because I don't want to call them on Sunday, even though that's when we're going over all our materials on Saturday and Sunday, and then I call them on Monday. I could go either way, except that, I think the idea of consistency, or the people that want to come to the meeting, it's all listed, and anybody that's interested, this is 9 months ahead of the schedule. So, there were a few meetings, I think we went past 5 o'clock, 1 or 2. I think those were budget related too. So, and we're not going to change those, but normal meetings we're getting out. I think we're scheduled pretty well. And I think the reason why we originally went to fewer meetings was the cost of not just who's going to be there to answer the questions on Monday, but just basically the cost of putting together a meeting. I can't remember what we came up with, what the cost was at some point, but it does cost to have all of our staff here for the A agenda, and a lot of our department heads that are, sometimes you look out in the crowd and you see a big amount of money sitting there where they probably could be doing something else. So, I think it's important that we stay consistent. I'd rather go with, I don't think I'd be able to support the recommendation.
Supervisor Adam.
Well, first of all, I just want to say that I do most of my prep on the weekend. I just don't have time during the week to do it. And anytime I call Mr. Gazzoni between 10 and 2 on Sunday, he picks up the phone first ring. Many times, Ms. Maesato is the same thing. So these people are very dedicated. They come in, they support, they give us great support, and I think we need to be mindful of their lives as well. And you do have to talk to, as you'll find out, many department heads and other staff, and they're not available. They are not. Maybe they're not civil service or something. I don't know who's not, but they're just not available to prep properly. And if you have a large agenda, like Supervisor Lavanino said we don't have today, you would have spent many hours this weekend prepping, and you need Monday available to be able to talk to these people. So, and the other thing is the number of meetings, Mr. Allen, the number of meetings is virtually unchanged, right? I mean, from year to year. Because when I came here, Supervisor Carbajal was chair, and then Supervisor Lavanino was chair, and we had 3 meetings a week.
3 meetings a month.
Sorry, three. It seemed like 3 a week. Three a month. And then we had Supervisor Wolf. And you know how much I love you. But, we had 4 meetings a month. And if you have 4 weeks in a month and you have 4 meetings, you roll right into the next month. And it's relentless. And she's the best chair we've ever had because she got the most work done for sure.
Mr. Allen, did you care to respond to Supervisor Adam and then Supervisor Wolf?
Well, my only comment would be that for the past few years, we've been fairly consistent between 30, 31, 32 or so meetings. Prior to that, we did have more meetings. We had several years before that where we had longer meetings, and the board did make a policy choice, I think around 2011 or 2012, right in there, where they did eliminate the 4th and 5th Tuesdays and decided and there was a cost analysis done of all the meetings. And so that was sort of the point where the board decided to not have meetings on 4th and 5th Tuesdays. If you go back 15 years or so, we were doing, a lot more meetings. But then again, the board made a choice to eliminate those last 2 meetings of the month.
Well, and maybe they were shorter because we've had a number of longer meetings. Okay, so my final point is you can always add a meeting. If we get busy, we're overloaded, then you can always add a meeting. But if you schedule it, it will get filled.
Supervisor Wolf, you had your light on.
Well, that's true, and you can also cancel a meeting. I again go back to the notion of consistency, and if you're calling Mr. Gazzoni on a Sunday, that's theoretically a day off as well. We each have our own ways that we do our agenda prep, and I personally try and get everything done during the week. There are occasions when we will call during the weekend, but again, to basically eliminate in this schedule, we are eliminating a meeting. We are eliminating 1 meeting, and I think that every meeting that we have is important. And as was stated, we have already eliminated the 4th and 5th Tuesday. So I just don't think that, I think even some people might say, well, what's the big deal that you're eliminating 1 meeting? Well, it is a big deal, because if you're sitting up here and we have long, extensive meetings, I think and long closed sessions, I don't think it serves the public well, because we're human, we get tired, sometimes we get cranky, and I don't think that our decision making is as good as it could be if we spread out our meetings. So I'm going to make a motion, Madam Chair, and that we reinstate the September 5th meeting, and I guess that's it for now, just that we reinstate the September 5th meeting.
Is there a second? The motion fails for want of a second. I just wanted to add my reasoning here, and that is, I think that while consistency is important, I think accommodating staff so that they can have holidays as well as the public. Having been a member of the public, it's very difficult to get the reading done and over a holiday. So I believe it's important that we try to schedule not right after Labor Day. That's a big holiday and not a great day for a meeting. I would have been open to September 26th. We schedule that for an additional meeting, and we could cancel that if we don't have to have that meeting. Would that be a possibility in your thinking, Supervisor Wolf? I think
Chair Hartman,
Ms.
not to interrupt Supervisor Wolf, I think that what Mr. Allen has pointed out, that would mean 6 meetings in a row, which is fine. I think that another way we could do it is to, as we get closer to the summer months, to look to what the schedule shows, whether we should add the September 26th meeting at that time. If we schedule a meeting ahead of time, staff plans months in advance, and so to then eliminate the meeting is sometimes difficult for us. But I do want to say I appreciate Supervisor Wolf trying to add a meeting, because at the beginning of the year we had the same concerns because we were so crushed for time last year and we ran out of meetings. And so that's in fact why we're having the meeting today, because I insisted that we do have another meeting this month so that we would at least have 3 meetings in January.
Thank you. So we'll revisit whether we need to add another meeting as we go further into the year and see what our agenda looks like. I think that brings us then to item number 5 on our departmental agenda. Mr. Allen, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item 5 is from the County Executive Office. It's a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the 2017 legislative platform.
And Mr. Bosanich.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, thank you very much for hearing our item today. This is to bring forward the legislative platform for 2017 for the County of Santa Barbara. Joining me today is Cliff Berg from Governmental Advocates. Cliff and his staff are our team of advocates in Sacramento. Also with us today is Tom Walters. Tom is our advocate in Washington, D.C. with all federal matters. Actually, our presentation is going to start with Tom doing a bit of a recap on this past year, as well as some of the emerging issues in the upcoming legislative session. So I'll turn it over at this point to Tom.
Thank you, Dennis. Chair Hartman, members of the board, as always, I appreciate the opportunity to be here in Santa Barbara to discuss the federal advocacy program, particularly in January. This past year was the second term of the 114th Congress, and going in, we knew well that it was going to be dominated by the presidential and congressional elections in November. The congressional work schedule was one of the lightest in recent years, and a variety of initiatives fell by the wayside either because of lack of inertia or lack of time over the course of the year. Anticipated action on several issues in the lame duck session after the elections, including completion of the 2017 appropriation process, was deferred until calendar year 17 after Republicans not only took over the executive branch, but maintained their majorities in both the House and the Senate. The latter resulted in enactment of a long-term continuing resolution funding federal programs at fiscal year 2016 levels through April 28th of 2017, and this could easily be extended to encompass the full fiscal year. But despite the relatively small amount of time that was spent legislating versus campaigning, there was actually several legislative actions of significance to the county and its mandated responsibilities that were completed in 2016. These include enactment of the Helping Families in Mental Health Crisis Act, which overhauled the nation's mental health system, and the Mental Health and Safety's Community Act, which authorizes grants for collaboration at the local level amongst the criminal justice, mental health treatment, and substance abuse systems. Passage of the Opioid Abuse Reduction Act, authorizing grants for state and local governments to provide a broad array of opioid abuse-related services. Approval of the Older Americans Act reauthorization, which updates and reauthorizes OAA through 2019. Inclusion in the year-end Infrastructure Improvement Act of provisions to address the ongoing drought in California, and reauthorization of the Justice for All Act, including the Crime Victims' Rights Act and the Cover-It-All Forensic Science Improvement Grant Program. In addition, the county was able to successfully secure a variety of specific funding opportunities at the federal level, and these range from funding for the development and implementation of a human trafficking task force to IT enhancements at county health centers. I'd like to point out that as we worked on both these policy and funding issues, the continued support of the local congressional delegation, including Congresswoman Capps and Senators Boxer and Feinstein, was extremely valuable to the county's efforts, as was the assistance of county staff. Now, as we look forward to 2017, we of course have seen a dramatic change in the political landscape coming up in Washington. And a number of issues of significance to the county will be in the forefront as President-elect Trump is sworn in on Friday and the new Congress moves ahead with its agenda. These include repeal and replacement of the Affordable Care Act, infrastructure initiatives, regulatory relief, the overhaul of safety net programs, and perhaps immigration and restructuring of the tax code. With the retirement of Congresswoman Capps and Senator Boxer, Senator Feinstein will be joined in the county's congressional delegation by Congressman Carbajal, that's a little difficult to say, and Senator Harris, and we will be working closely with all three offices on behalf of the county's priorities. Off to a good start, Congressman Carbajal has already worked with us to submit a letter to SAMHSA in support of the county's application for drug court funding, drug court treatment funding. I thank you all for your time and also for the ongoing opportunity to work for the county in Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Cliff Berg with Governmental Advocates. Looking back at the 2016 legislative session, actually adjourned in August, and then the governor had 30 days to act on nearly 800 bills that were sent to him by the legislature. I think this year he had the highest percentage of vetoes in his governorship. The 2016 was a very productive session for Santa Barbara County and Sacramento. We at Governmental Advocates reviewed and assessed the impact of over 1,000 pieces of legislation introduced in Sacramento this year in 2016 alone. And we worked closely with the county to assess those legislative measures' impacts upon the county to determine which bills we would support, which we would oppose, and which we would seek amendments to. I particularly want to thank the county administrator's office and Joe and Dennis, who worked with our firm closely throughout the year. And I want to thank the Santa Barbara County Legislative Committee. For those who don't know, the County Board of Supervisors establishes an ongoing legislative committee that works very closely with our firm in Sacramento to identify legislation that has an impact on the county and assess how it fits within the county platform. We go through all the bills that are introduced in Sacramento as well as the state budget to determine priorities. Last year, we identified over 90 pieces of legislation that had a significant impact upon the county and ultimately wound up taking positions on over 20 bills. Some of the issues that we worked on behalf of the county were major statewide issues. One, for example, being transportation infrastructure finance, which has been a county priority to ensure that the legislature and governor address our crumbling road and highway system. We continue to emphasize the importance of action in Sacramento. There was a failure to reach agreement during the regular session of the legislature. Ultimately, the governor's proposal on the legislative alternatives required a 2/3 vote of the legislature. Issues regarding increasing the gas tax bogged negotiations down. There was consideration of alternative funding sources. Republicans have pointed to using the general fund versus a specific earmarked tax. Those discussions are ongoing. There was a special session of the legislature which continued throughout the fall. There was at one point a view that the legislature might come back in special session to deal with the issue, but agreement was not reached. New legislation has been introduced in Sacramento in the beginning of the 2017 legislative session, and we will continue to work with you on hopefully successfully passing transportation financing infrastructure funding this coming legislative year. Another major issue that we engaged in was what was known as the governor's by right proposal, which was his attempt to, in essence, loosen CEQA regulations over development in California. An important legislative priority for Democrats, particularly in the state assembly, was affordable housing. The governor linked the Democrats' interest in affordable housing finance with lessening government regulation over housing development. Those negotiations bogged down. We actually came in and opposed the by right proposal because we felt it usurped local control and a local ability to manage local development. This year, the governor has taken out of his new state budget $400 million for affordable housing that was on the table. That may be part of a negotiating tactic with Democrats in the legislature, but at this point he is saying that it reflects his new budget priorities and the fact that the state has a shortfall that we talked a little about earlier in the county administrator's report. Would also want to mention that the legislature passed No Place Like Home initiative. This aimed at providing housing and permanent living facilities for mentally ill patients and patient treatment. The county had several issues with the proposal and worked to ensure that county funding for mental health programs was not impaired by the new initiative that was passed and signed by the governor, and we continue to work on implementation of the No Place Like Home initiative. Your county platform, which you're considering today, lists a wide variety of bills that we both supported and opposed in a significant number of areas, from job growth, economic vitality, efficient service delivery and operations, fiscal stability, interagency collaboration, local control, health and human services. I will not go into all of those because they're in the document, and I know you have limited time, and really wanted to talk a little bit about the upcoming legislative session. As you know, the legislature reconvened on January 5th for the beginning of a 2-year legislative session. Last week, the governor submitted his state budget. In proposing a state budget, the governor indicated that over the next two fiscal years of 2016 and 2017, there was a revenue shortfall of predictions of around $5.1 billion. That was reflected in a decrease in revenues in sales tax, corporate tax, and state income tax. He discussed in his budget proposal solutions, which may be a euphemism for reducing expenditures. Two of the major hits on local government that were mentioned earlier was a transfer back to counties of IHSS funding and elimination of the Coordinated Care Initiative. We will continue to work with the governor and the Department of Finance and the legislature throughout the budget process. Sometime in late February, early March, the legislature will begin the process of hearing the governor's budget in budget subcommittees. Those budget subcommittees will tear apart the governor's budget by subject area and hold public hearings March, April, through the middle of May, when the governor comes out with what's known as his May Revise. The May Revise, in essence, is a recalculation of all the state's revenues and all the state's expenditures. After the May Revise, the governor and the legislature will negotiate a final agreement on what the budget will actually look like from 2017. I would note that the state legislative analyst who works for the state legislature came out on Friday with a report which indicated that they believe the governor's Department of Finance may have understated income tax revenues. As many of you are aware, California's revenue and expenditure state budget is based on a highly volatile tax base, which relies heavily on capital gains. That capital gains generally is not known until somewhere around April and tax time. And when the Silicon Valley and high tech has a good year and stocks are up, California usually has a significant budget surplus. When the economy is down and capital gains are down, we have this sort of gyrating from surplus to deficits every year as a result really of extremely narrow tax base in California. Talking about the upcoming year, I could not discuss the impact of the federal changes that we are likely to see in the federal government. I think clearly the number one issue that Sacramento is focused on at the moment is what is the potential impact of changes that will take place at the federal level and how those changes will impact California and California's financing. You've all heard about the fact that the new Congress and the new administration is talking about repealing the Affordable Care Act. California receives approximately $19 billion annually from the federal government just for funding of health care in the state. If the Affordable Care Act is repealed, the questions become what is the timing and what, if anything, will replace it. Under the old laws prior to the Affordable Care Act, counties which are responsible ultimately for the providing of health care service to indigents stood to potentially pay well over, I think, $900 million a year in those years for the cost of health care at the county level. Should the Affordable Care Act be repealed, you will see significant potential impact upon the delivery of health care services at the county level, as well as through Medi-Cal programs throughout the state. So that is the great concern, and would observe that in addition to health care, the total federal reimbursement to California for various programs comes to over $90 billion. That's a staggering sum and therefore a staggering potential impact. The governor's budget, as proposed, assumes continuation of all existing programs. The governor taking the position until the federal government changes those programs, he has to assume that what is the law will remain the law. But as you can see, that should changes take place in the near future in Washington, it will be an immense potential problem both for the county and for the state of California. Other issues that we are looking at as coming up from the federal government include immigration. First day back in Sacramento, first bills introduced all dealt with immigration related issues and the potential changes in immigration and how that impacts California. Bills were introduced that would increase funding for public defenders' offices to provide additional counseling and legal services for immigrants in California, increase funding for legal services, wide variety of other bills impacting immigration. Also, climate change remains another issue of concern and funding for California. We will continue to work on No Place Like Home implementation. The State Department just released a draft framing paper last week. The voters' passage of the marijuana initiative raises a number of significant issues for the county and for the state, and we'll continue to work on those issues. We believe buy right and affordable housing will be back. So it looks like we will have a full plate in Sacramento. Look forward to working with you. You know, over the years, we have had a great Santa Barbara County legislative delegation. End of last year, 2 of our assembly members were forced out by term limits. I want to thank Assemblyman Cacho Achigian and Doss Williams for the great work they did for the county Sacramento. Most pleased to have the opportunity to continue to work with former Assemblyman Williams on the board, where I know he will bring his expertise in Sacramento to assist in the legislative committee in fashioning our priorities and work in Sacramento. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And are there any questions? Supervisor Williams.
So as you indicated, the Department of Finance often will lowball projections, but though I also will tell you that the LAO's projections usually are a little too rosy. So do we just aggregate those numbers and then think it's going to fall right square in the middle, or do you have some read of the tea leaves of what it's closer to?
I mean, I think it would be presumptuous to me for me to have a read of the tea leaves at this point. I think we just have to do what we can to fight for those programs that are important to the county, and in essence, try to preserve those programs. I think the bigger problem at the moment is the potential impact of changes at the federal government, and those could significantly make all the fiscal issues we're talking about look like minnows as compared to a whale that may, or a tidal wave that may hit California in terms of its both state and local budgets.
I did have a question, being a newcomer on the board, and that probably is for Ms. Miyasato, and that is, we do have an ad hoc legislative committee, Supervisors Williams and Lavanino, and I gather that they will interact with Mr. Walters and Mr. Berg over time. But do we hear back during the year, or is this a one-time opportunity?
Chair Hartman and board members, so yes, you're correct on the first count that our Ledge Committee has monthly reports from our two advocates. So every month they get a report from Mr. Berg and Mr. Walters, number one. And then number two, if there are specific issues you want to be updated on through the Legislative Committee, we could also have them come back and brief the board on any particular item. From now until the governors may revise, and beyond that, we will get regular updates and also hearing what's happening in Washington, D.C., and we can always bring that forward to the board as a special agenda item, a report from the Ledge Committee, or from myself as part of a budget update.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would guess that this year we'll probably be having quite a bit more coming from the Ledge Committee just because of the uncertainty and the changes than we've had in the past. I have a question regarding, is there, at the federal level, has there been any talk? I know it's still super early, but one of the things that I've been hearing is this $1 trillion infrastructure package. Has anybody, staff level wise, even started talking about it or what that might look like?
Supervisor Levin, any details of a infrastructure package at this point are about as clear as mud. What has been indicated, as you mentioned, is $1 trillion. During her confirmation hearings, Secretary-designate Chow of the Department of Transportation indicated that it would probably be a mix of actual hard funding and of private sector funding. So it'd be some balance between the two. Something that has been, would be attractive to the Democratic side and could draw added support because of that. At the same time, the dedication of actual hard federal dollars is something that wouldn't be as attractive on the Republican side.
Explain to me the non-hard dollars. How would the private sector?
It would be by leveraging private sector funds.
Okay.
And again, no details have been forthcoming.
All right.
And the spectrum of infrastructure projects has ranged beyond transportation. Specifically, hospitals have been mentioned, water infrastructure, things like that.
All right. Then I have one question for Mr. Berg, and that's just on, and I know some of these things, like when they pass as propositions, the only way to get them changed is to go back through the whole initiative process. But on Prop 47, are you hearing if there's any legislative, fixes, or is anybody talking about a proposition that might change some of the items that I've heard from local law enforcement, just talking about how, they've had their hands tied on a few issues and maybe the legislation or the initiative got a little bit too far out in front of itself?
I have not heard of anything yet, but I'll keep my eyes open for you.
Supervisor Williams.
There was a last session, there was a couple attempts to address this. Senator Galgiani attempted to address it. I believe Senator Galgiani attempted to address it for roofies. I attempted to address it on at least insofar as to create a compounding factor
for when sex traffickers target foster kids and other vulnerable populations. All attempts to address it died ignominious deaths somewhere along the legislative process. So I think, in my opinion, the problem is that fundamentally that the public safety committees in the legislature are much farther to the left than where the people of California are, and much farther to the left than where Santa Barbara County is, where I am, and that it is difficult to address some of these unintended consequences of initiatives in that context.
Okay, Mr. Allen, are there any public comment speaker slips?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak. We're going to start in Santa Barbara with Jeff Bard and then come back to Santa Maria for Andy Caldwell. Mr. Bard.
The board, I'll try to be brief. I've attended quite a few of the Legislative Policy Committee meetings over the years and always heard Tom and Cliff on the squawk box, so it's kind of nice to be able to put a face to the voice. They've done a good job, but we have a wild card in Washington, D.C., so it's really impossible at this point for this legislative policy to really be a guide going forward. And they've done great work, and every dime spent employing them is well worth it. But I'd like to point out there's a couple of areas that I think they could apply more attention to, particularly agriculture. I was very surprised to hear Cliff say maybe there will be a change in immigration policy. I think that's pretty much assured. There will be drastic changes, if not the first year, soon. DACA will probably be eliminated, and there's about 3 million workers in this state, many in this county, who do have some kind of problem with the papers. And I think especially North County strawberry production and a lot of the other agriculture in this county relies upon those workers. So what's going to happen if they get rounded up and sent out? You know, food prices are going to go up. If TPP looks like it's going to be dead in the water, but the economic reality is that may be a cost to that, particularly for us because we export a lot of agricultural products. A trade war could be devastating. There's no limit to the harm that could be done. So that, again, all bets are off. What's going to happen with energy production? Vandenberg might be some jobs. If there's increased military production, that's an impact that we need to look at. But overall, I think that this policy has to be regarded as quite provisional. Housing policy is apparently going to be upset because it's going to be run by someone who believes space aliens built the pyramids or something like that. And the oil industry policy is apparently going to be run by Kremlin hackers or a 400-pound guy on a bed. My point in this humorous aside is that with all due respect to the authors of the policy, any platform at this point in time has to be highly provisional and is quite limited utility. And we do need to start getting ready to completely redo the policy. So enough said. Thank you. Have a good day.
Mr. Caldwell.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. For the most part, ever since this program was initiated, we've been opposed to it, not because these guys don't work hard, but we feel that it's a failure when government has to hire a lobbyist to talk to government. We believe our government was created to be vertically integrated. So we have a former assemblyman on this dais, and we have a former county supervisor in Congress. Can we not connect the dots here? Plus your members of NACO, your members of CSAC, Most all of your department heads belong to some statewide association of professionals that meet and collaborate on issues pertaining to their area of expertise. Why don't you have more meetings between your legislative delegation? Why don't we have the state assembly representatives in this region come meet with you a couple of times a year? Why don't we have our congressional representatives come and meet with you several times a year instead of sending a lobbyist? You represent over 400,000 people, and you're telling the public that you can't get the attention of our legislators without a lobbyist? In a time when you can't meet your payment obligations in several areas when you're in the hole? This is not something that you could do on your own, and or that you could hire or assign a couple of your 4,000 staff members to track things like this on your behalf and communicate with Carbajal and Limon and others? You know, and of course, the elephant in the room year after year. So you never ask, you never lobby to change the California rule with regard to pensions. If you weren't spending upwards of $150 million a year on pension obligations, you wouldn't need to be lobbying the federal government for half of the things you're lobbying for, asking them for more money. Why isn't that an issue? Year after year, you have spent more and more money on pension obligations, and you've never asked the state government to change the rule. It's in court right now. They did change PEPRA, but PEPRA is going to take a hell of a long time to hit back to your bottom line. Why isn't that part of your plank? Every time we see you wringing your hands in public, well, we can't meet our obligations because of pensions, but you never do anything to change the paradigm. That makes us doubt your sincerity in wanting to make ends meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bozanich, I believe I cut you off a little early.
Chair Hartman, you didn't cut me off. I think we can move and transition now to talk about the platform that was developed by the committee. So this year, as in years past, the Legislative Program Committee that includes 2 members of the board, our CEO Miyasato, County Counsel Gazzoni, as well as Auditor Controller Filati, thank you. Drew a blank for a second. Worked together to identify new and revised principles as well as new and revised planks. That process began back in August. Those planks were reviewed during September and October by the Legislative Program Committee. And in November, those planks were for the draft 2017 legislative program were referred to the board by a vote of the Legislative Program Committee. It was also requested at that time that we bring the platform for 2017 in January, given the turnover in the board, and seemed like a good time to talk about that. Though traditionally we do try to bring that oftentimes in November and December for your board's consideration as well. Just to re-walk you through the elements of the platform itself. Again, in 2017, the legislative principles remain unchanged, focusing in on job growth and economic vitality, the efficient delivery of services and operations, fiscal stability, interagency collaboration, local control, health and human services, as well as community sustainability and environmental protection. As we develop the platform itself, we use these principles as kind of the organizing structure, if you will, for the platform. And then there are, each plank is assigned one of 3 different platform strategies. We focus on whether it's the ask is a funding request, whether or not the ask of a particular legislative plank is to propose some new pieces of legislation, or if the request by the county is for targeted advocacy around a particular issue. And so you'll see as you go through the platform in each of the planks, we identify one or more of these strategies to be implemented for each of the planks. The planks now are really grouped by principle for your review. On any plank, the board might choose to direct us to adopt as a part of the platform. They could theoretically, although it has not been our tradition, to refer them back to the committee for minor changes. And it could be that you might refer things back to the committee for significant changes. Again, the tradition has been that we've tended to vote the platform as a package. And I would say something to take into consideration this year, as you just heard from both Mr. Walters as well as Mr. Berg, things are happening rather rapidly in Washington as well as in Sacramento. Legislation in Sacramento, for example, I think has to be put forward to the Legislative Council by the end of February, I believe it is.
Actually, Legislative Council deadline is the end of this week, and then bill introduction deadline is end of February.
So something to keep in mind in terms of the consideration of the platform this year is that the timing is for us to have maximum effect. We want to be ahead of those deadlines as we consider bringing forward the planks of the platform. So now looking at each one of the planks, each bullet here represents one of the planks that's in the platform, again organized by the various principles. I'll just point out a couple of them here. Most of them are continuing planks with perhaps minor revisions and updates to their content. The arts and culture plank did receive some more significant revisions, as well as then the inclusion of a new plank around marketplace equity and consumer protection. As we look at the principle around efficient service delivery, there were two brand new planks added by the Child Support Services Director, and looking one at how to access court files on a timely basis by the child support workers to help move cases along and provide those economic benefits to the parents that are receiving child support, as well as a look at a more modernized child support program. So those are two new planks under the efficient service delivery and operations principle. Under fiscal stability, two new ones. One that has to do with pesticide law enforcement activities and being able to generate additional resources in order to fund those activities so that pesticides are treated in a safe manner to limit exposures to the public as well as to workers. And then also a significantly revised public safety plank that included a lot of the principles laid out through the Community Corrections Partnership Committee. Under interagency collaboration principle, a revised plank on the invasive species program funding is significantly revised and actually changed in large measure. Under local control, these are all continued planks from previous years with some minor revisions to each to update them. Under Health and Human Services, a series of newly identified planks, one around child welfare services, a lot of changes going on in that particular program. The organized system delivery for the behavioral wellness department is a critical importance on the state to provide much more of a seamless system of care for those especially that are suffering from both mental health issues and illness, as well as with substance use disorder. And then also a request from our Social Services Director to look at state social services funding. It's been many, many years since they've received any increased cost of doing business funding from the state for their actual program administration that they are required to carry out on behalf of the state. And then finally, these are the planks for the community sustainability and environmental protection principles, and those remain largely unchanged from past years. So our recommended actions at this point would be to adopt the 2017 legislative platform and/or refer a plank or planks back to the committee for further consideration, and then finally find that the proposed actions do not constitute a project within the meaning of CEQA. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I believe Supervisor Williams, you had a comment?
I just want to address what I thought was a very good point by Mr. Caldwell. I think that increased coordination, as he put it, vertical integration of our efforts at federal and state government should be something that we do expect, particularly when we have a supervisor go to Congress or when we have an assembly member come to the Board of Supervisors. And I would hope to be able to step on that role and help the county vigorously. But I also think that it's a little too soon to see if elected officials could completely replicate the efforts that our lobbyists do. I think that would take a whole lot of time, experience, and confidence, right? Because one of us may be suited to do that, but one of us may not reflect all of the views of the Board of Supervisors. So, I'll try to do my best to help facilitate that coordination and vertical integration. But I also feel like the jobs that our lobbyists do is not completely replaceable by me or by one other elected official.
Thank you. I see all the supervisors' lights are on. Could we first do questions, and then we'll come back to the legislative platform itself? Supervisor Lavanino.
I'm looking to see if I have a question. The only question I have, I guess, is from Cliff. What is the makeup right now by party? Do the Dems have a 2/3 majority?
Yes,
Okay.
the Democrats in the November elections captured 2/3 supermajorities in both houses of the legislature. So in the Senate, it's 27-13, and in the Assembly, it's 55-25.
Okay. Soon be on the endangered species list, but and then Dennis, these are by nature, because I get caught up in this every year of going through line by line of each of these planks. It makes it very difficult as a board member to sit here and either approve or vote against. There's just so much in here. It makes it really difficult. But these are general by nature, correct? Is what I found by sitting on this legislative committee is that we make these general so that a lot of these bills don't have to not each one has to come before our board. If you could explain how that process works a little bit.
Happy to. Chair Hartman, Supervisor Lavanino. So the typical process that I'm jumping back into now is that the planks themselves do lay out specific strategies for us in terms of going forward. But by and large, over the course of the year, the Legislative Program Committee, with the assistance of both of our advocates, do look predominantly at the principles as a way in which we're doing advocacy about the legislation that's actually introduced. So recall, this is kind of our want list. This is our asks. But in any given legislative session, whether in Sacramento or in DC, not all of these may be represented within what's docketed before the legislature or the Congress. And so this is where looking at them, the principles also become an additional tool to speak out on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and through the Legislative Program Committee on those pieces of legislation that are introduced, utilizing those. So it really is general and intended to do that, which I think allows for some agility to be responsive as the legislative session progresses.
Right. And as a member of that committee, I will promise that if I see anything that comes up, because I know as a board member you hate it to have your name on something that's a letter going somewhere that you really didn't have a chance to vote on, but that the Board of Supervisors through the Leg Committee has decided that, yes, we are going to support something. If there's anything controversial, I think we were good in the past that we will bring it to the full board so that, your name's not on something you don't like. And I do have comments, so if anybody else has questions, that's fine.
Supervisor Adam.
Yeah, I don't really have a question. I just have a comment. You want me to go or no?
Go ahead. I do
Yeah.
have a question when you're done.
Okay. Well, you're the chair. Your
Go ahead.
discretion. The only thing I want to say is about the value of some our lobbyists. I never was in favor of lobbyists when I first came here, and I thought it was a tremendous waste of money. Agreed with Mr. Caldwell fully, and in my time here, I've recognized the value that they add by being there on the ground every day, talking to legislators, and they can't. I agree with Mr. Williams that I don't think that we can go in on a onesie-twosie basis and have the relationship that these guys do have with their people that they work with, whether that be the staff or the electeds themselves. And so they do have a value that's above and beyond what we could put in from this level. Should we make an effort to be more vertically integrated? Yeah, probably. But to cultivate the relationship that you need to have and to be able to watch these bills that go through and their changes as they evolve, and to have somebody with their finger on the pulse of some of these things is a value. So, I've changed my position or evolved with this position over time. I have not evolved in the 4 years about the value of this whole exercise, and especially with respect to having to choose to support everything or nothing. And at some point, I hope to be given the opportunity to vote on each thing. But as it's currently set up, I'm going to abstain from the whole deal.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Go ahead with your question, and then, because I might interject comments.
All right. My question had to do with, it was prompted by Mr. Caldwell's comments, and that is, what committees do our legislators serve on? Carbajal, Feinstein, Harris at the federal level, and Limon at the state level.
And Cunningham. Can't forget him.
Cunningham, thank you.
He's still there.
Madam Chair, actually, the State Assembly has not announced committees yet.
Okay.
So we've been waiting eagerly, and we've heard they will be out this week. But we don't have any news on that at this point.
Chair Hartman, at the federal level, Senator Feinstein, as the holdover from previous Congresses, serves on a plethora of committees. There's 100 members of the Senate, and there are a lot of committees, but she serves on the Intelligence Committee, Armed Services, the Judiciary Committee, amongst others. Senator Harris is in the process of awaiting assignments. Just before I came back and speaking with Congressman Carvajal's Chief of Staff, he received his first committee assignment. It won't be his last, but he will be a member of the Armed Services Committee.
And I would note also State Senator Hannah-Beth Jackson, who I did not mention earlier because she wasn't in the category of termed out legislators, but would want to thank her for the great service she provides the county, is chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee in the State Senate.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to touch on a couple of things. One was, I think I shared, I think my first year here, I was concerned about having lobbyists and the whole deal. And I've also come to, I think some of it has to do with going back to D.C., you realize that, to deal with, it's unfortunate that we have to, really, but dealing with the behemoth of the bureaucracy that it is, you're not just going and meeting with Senator Feinstein or Salud Carbajal. You're down in the bowels of some of these huge bureaucracies that have tons of staff, and it would take us, we would have to hire in-house people just to follow this, and really I'd rather outsource it for people that are actually on the ground. So I do see the value in it. And as it comes to pension reform, I would agree, but I think Mr. Gazzoni, you've basically been charged with, we are following the cases that are flowing through and heading, I think, to the California Supreme Court at this point, correct?
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, actually, we regularly inform the board of the status of the significant pension cases and have put out some reports recently, and we'll be discussing some of that in closed session today.
Okay, great. Because, I think it's important for us to continue to be informed, and I actually am glad that the county has not been the lead and lets some of the other larger counties bear the cost of that, and it will apply to all California counties whenever that does get adjudicated. So, and I just want to thank both lobbying firms. They've been outstanding to work with. I can't imagine, and it is kind of sad that if you thought about what the average person would have to do to go back to DC to actually weigh in on legislation, I guess that's why you do talk to your representative, because there is no way somebody could go back and really have their voice heard. And I also think it's interesting that when you're here, it was kind of interesting this morning, because when you have public comment, and like Supervisor Williams is here now, this is the local level where people from the community actually, whether we like it or not, get to come and interface with their representatives. And I always think it's interesting when you guys are here. I always think we should do you guys first so you can kind of get out of here. But it is nice to see that, I'm sure you don't see this every day in Washington, where people actually sit down and let the people that they voted for or didn't vote for get an earful. So kind of democracy in action.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I want to thank Walters and Associates and Mr. Burke for being here. We've developed a very strong and cooperative relationship over the years. And it's one thing to have a lobbying firm, but it's also another to have a lobbying firm that's very responsive to our needs. And for that, I'm very grateful. I served on the Ledge Committee when I first became supervisor, and I'm also grateful for supervisors who now serve on it. It was Supervisor Carbajal and Farr, and then it changed to Supervisor Lavagnino and Farr, who I think developed this platform. And I'm glad that we do have this opportunity to look at it. I actually have, I gave to Mr. Bazanich a list of issues that I had. I don't think that we're ready to approve this platform today. I would like it to go back to the Ledge Committee and then come back to the board. I think there's a few things, very minor changes that need to be added, but in my opinion, there are significant issues, particularly regarding the Affordable Care Act, that I don't think are strong enough in our platform, that I think are important that we see in our platform. Given what we know, what we've heard from our lobbyists, and what we know and what we've heard from our public health department on the impact that the Affordable Care Act has had on our community, I think any erosion, not to mention a total repeal, would be debilitating for our county. So I would like to see stronger language in our platform on that. So, Madam Chair, I could go through quickly my list, but it's at your pleasure how you'd like to handle this.
Supervisor Wolf, did you give Mr. Bazanich the list that it can be projected, or will you just be reading this into the record?
I didn't. It's not a list that would be projected, I don't think. It wasn't meant for that.
Okay. Could we hold just one moment? Mm-hmm. Supervisor Lavanino has a comment.
No, I'm
Sure.
sorry. I had my light on by accident.
Okay, back to you, Supervisor Wolf.
Okay, so with your indulgence, I'm looking at the Ledge platform, and I am on the 2017 legislative principles. And it's one of the first pages. It's not numbered. There is a section on interagency collaboration, and simple request is that we include APCD. Next, a couple bullets down, there's health and human services, and this is where I believe that we need to make a stronger statement about the Affordable Care Act. On page 3, in immigration reform, I would like to see a bullet that highlights our support for DACA or Dreamers. On page 4, economic enhancement, there are a list of industries, which I think is very comprehensive. However, one industry that's not mentioned is the healthcare industry, and I think that should be listed.
Madam Chair, on that one?
Yes.
I don't see, are you talking about economic enhancement and revenue diversification?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see the oil industry in there either.
Okay. Why don't you?
Well, so I'm curious, like, what are we doing right now? Are these items that you're going to bring to the Ledge Committee, or?
What I'm doing is I'm giving you this so that it will go to the Ledge
Okay.
Committee, and then the Ledge Committee can evaluate what they think that they want to include.
Got it.
On page 28, that's the access to quality health care. In the third line down, it says, many residents are now eligible for health care coverage. We have thousands of people in the county who are now eligible and enrolled in Medicaid and Covered California. So I think that we need to spell out that number. And I know Public Health has that number because I just heard them reference it on Saturday at a forum. As far as public benefit, I believe that we should add that the public benefit is a healthier community, less usage of emergency rooms. On page 29, public safety. Being on the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, I'm aware of the move for juvenile placement and basically the movement from group homes to residential homes in our community. So I think that we need to add some language in there, and this also happens to impact DSS as well as the state providing us additional funding to carry out that mandate. On page 31, well, actually, I'm going to skip that one. Page 34, organized delivery service. Under requested action, it says here, support expanded substance abuse treatment. And I should go back. It says here the summary of the issue is changes in federal law through the Affordable Care Act, et cetera, et cetera. I would say that the requested action should state, should there be any modification to the Affordable Care Act, it must continue to include mental health and substance abuse treatment. And then page 36, which is senior services funding. One of the key issues that's not mentioned is transportation and impact that when seniors are not healthy or do not have viable transportation options, it deprives the community of the involvement in civic activities and the sharing of professional or personal experience in the community. Then on page 44, energy and climate, there is a reference to PACE, which I believe needs to be changed. It says here that it references advocacy at the federal level to remove barriers to PACE program. However, as I understand it, it's the county now who has chosen not to enact commercial PACE programs while other counties have. So it's not the federal government that's the barrier. And then finally, my last suggestion on page 49 on parks and open space, I would add that that there should be a paragraph in there about Goleta Beach requiring ongoing need to secure permits and federal and state agencies to ensure sand replenishment, hence the need for additional funding and or grants. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Wolf. I guess this raises a number of questions. The first is the impact if we do continue. The second question is, if we do continue this item, when could we bring it back? And finally, how would we begin to discuss these various issues as a board as a whole? Help.
Chair Hartman and Supervisor, so I think the staff had said that if you needed minor revisions, we could bring it back at the next meeting, but it sounds like you're referring this back to Ledge Committee, and I'm looking at Mr. Bozanich and when the next Ledge Committee meeting is.
Chair and Supervisors, the first meeting of the Ledge Committee would be the first Monday of February. So I'd have to look at my calendar real quick, but I want to say February 3rd or something, whatever that.
And while Mr. Bozanich is looking at that, Chair Hartman and board members, I would suggest, given the potential controversy regarding the Affordable Care Act, that the board give us, help us by giving us some more direction on what you would like to see in the platform. Other things I think that Supervisor Wolf said are well taken, and I'm not going to speak for the committee. I am a committee member, but it seems like those are appropriate things. But the one thing, that if it goes back to the committee, I'm afraid we would get hung up on that we would just come back and have another discussion with the board. So if you have an idea, I think it would be helpful for you to give more direction to the Ledge Committee and coordinator.
So just a note for the record, February 6th is actually the next Ledge Program Committee, which, if all went well, raises the possibility of bringing that back on the 14th of February for further board consideration, or worst case scenario, the 28th of February. And again, I would actually defer a little bit to our advocates in terms of their assessment about that any impacts on the legislative calendars as currently constituted for both state and federal legislative sessions.
Well, I mean, in terms of Sacramento, first off, my assumption is that I would operate, my firm would operate on the past legislative platform until it's changed, which pretty much, you know, historically, since we've represented the county, I think for nearly 20 years, we have a good sense of what your issues are. These tweaks are going to be helpful, and the additional things are going to be helpful, but assuming that, you know, what I'm hearing is not substantive, huge 180-degree changes. You know, we're going to operate as we operate under the general direction of what we believe is the county's interest. The biggest issue to me simply is that you, your department heads, and staff all are aware that this Friday is the deadline for Ledge Council. So if anybody had a brilliant bill idea out of that platform or anything else, if they don't get it to us like now, we're not going to have a chance to pursue it as a bill. And then, of course, the bill introduction deadline. So those deadlines are hard deadlines in Sacramento, and they are upon us. But generally speaking, we know what your priorities are based upon past platform and the draft. So, you know, we can live with whatever you are comfortable with doing.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Walters, did you have anything you wanted to add?
was just going to say, on the federal level, I generally agree with Cliff, with the exception of the CARE Act. As we all know, the President-elect Trump has said that is his highest priority to start taking action on it immediately. With any new administration, there are measures, artificial measures set on the first 100 days of an administration. So we know that there's going to be a lot of activity regarding the CARE Act. The House and the Senate have both passed 2017 budget resolutions that allow them to begin the budget reconciliation process, which is going to be the primary or the initial vehicle to take aim at dismantling the CARE Act.
So if I may summarize, because I want to make sure I understand this correctly, we could continue this item and you would continue working on our old legislative platform. We don't have any new initiatives that would need to be expressed through legislation at the federal or state level that would be hampered by a delay.
Chair Hartman, not on the federal level, no.
Yeah, and I think it will be helpful to drill down in the immigration area as soon as we can to figure out where you are on particular proposals. But again, that's something that the Ledge Committee does with us. But, hearing the gentleman testify earlier, recognizing that there are changes at the federal level pending in immigration, and that the California legislature and Attorney General are staking out fairly aggressive postures vis-a-vis the administration over immigration, it will be helpful to know, how strongly and how much the county wants to get engaged in supporting various proposals, whether it's protecting, California immigrants aggressively through legislation, administrative action, or others. And those things are all in response to what folks are hearing out of Washington and the federal government and proposed changes.
Thank you. I know that Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Wolf will speak. I just, as chair, suggest then that we go back and discuss both issues, immigration and the Affordable Care Act, to see if the board can give additional direction to our Ledge Committee. So Supervisor Williams?
Well, first I want to say that I do support the changes that Supervisor Wolf has articulated. I think that is further detail that would enhance the Ledge platform. And I suppose as a member of the Ledge Committee, I could try to commit to working on something that won't blow up the whole thing with Mr. Lavanino. I think for today, the only thing that would be very, very valuable because of oncoming deadlines is if there is any pressing need for legislation supported by the county. And since I heard one person maybe say that there wasn't, I will say that there is an issue that I think should be a pressing issue. And one of the things that is a value of coming back to a local level is getting to check on how your work has been implemented. And a number of years back, Senator Lois Wolk and I did legislation to permit the aggregation of net metering, so that if you're a farmer or a business owner that has more than one parcel or more than one meter, you could build one solar array and have it offset your energy usage on all of those meters, as opposed to the previous state of affairs where you could only offset 1 meter per install. What I have been hearing from people at a local level, including local farmers, homeowners, business owners, and even the city of Santa Barbara, is that our local IOUs, investor-owned utilities, have not been granting the aggregation of meters. And that at very least violates the spirit of the law, maybe the letter. And so I think it'd be interesting to take a look at this issue, and if it wasn't a no-brainer for the board, then at very least we could discuss it at Ledge Committee.
Supervisor Wolf, your light is off. Supervisor Adam.
Yeah, I've been real hard, trying really hard not to poke anybody in the eye here, and you guys have your fun with this stuff. But I just want to say that what I came here to do was run this county, and if I wanted to do things that were required state or federal intervention, for the most part, and I realize that it's required sometimes, and it's appropriate sometimes, but I think delving too far into this stuff on a day-to-day basis invites us to get involved in things that they're not in our sphere of influence, and they're certainly not in our sphere of control. And I think we have enough problems here at Santa Barbara County to be able to focus our efforts on solving those and not be trying to influence the whole rest of the world. And let's just run our own company here and not try to get in everybody else's business. And that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. What I'd like to do now, since we set this direction, is the Affordable Care Act. If we could have Supervisor Wolf reiterate what she's suggesting and discuss our sense of the board and our recommendations to our Ledge Committee. So Supervisor Wolf?
So, given my comments and listening to my colleagues, and then also from what Ms. Miyasato said, what I would suggest is that we send my comments and the net energy and anything else back to Ledge Committee to make some minor adjustments. Perhaps the net energy, that was a little bit more major, and I have to admit that I'm not as clear on that. But what I am very clear about is the importance of the Affordable Care Act, and I do believe that today we should take action because that's happening, right? That's happening now. And with respect, Supervisor Adam, this is one area that is impacting our community. It is impacting our county. We have so many people who are now enrolled and getting mental health, public health services that they were not getting before. So it has a direct impact on all of our constituents. So given that, what I would suggest is that we send this back to Ledge Committee. But in the meantime, we add a bullet to page 28, which is access to quality health services. And that bullet would read, oppose any changes to the Affordable Care Act that reduce or eliminate our current funding.
So you're putting that forward as a motion?
As a motion.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, and this is what happens every time at Ledge. We turn into the 114th Congress, and I'm pretty sure they're not sitting there waiting to find out what we're going to say. But I'm just not going to. I'm going to abstain on these. I understand why you're doing it, but we don't know what. I mean, the man hasn't even been sworn in yet. We don't know if there is going to be a repeal. If there is, like they say there is, we don't know what the replace is going to look like. So I understand yours is very basic, but I'm not going to get into discussing this or immigration or any of the other things that will end up dividing this board. And I think when you came on board, Chair Hartman, you had said that you pointed out the reason. That local government still had a 70% positive. I think it's because some of that is we just do the basics and we don't get involved in these very divisive issues, and I'm just not going to participate. So I'm going to abstain on both of these issues.
And I'll just remind all of us that when the Affordable Care Act was being discussed early on, we had, I remember Dr. Wada sitting in front of us and telling us that one of the most important impacts that we would have to our community would be the passage of the Affordable Care Act, and that we would see some thousands, although we've actually seen more than Dr. Wada even anticipated, being enrolled in insurance. So I don't really see it. It has become a partisan issue. I don't see it as a partisan issue. I see it as an issue that we all care about. I think we all care about. And we should make sure that our folks who are sitting in front of us right now know and understand where we stand. And I know for me personally, if we take a stand on this, if we're in the community, we can say with purpose that our county does not want to have any impact, negative impact, with any repeal or change to the Affordable Care Act. But anyway, that.
Well, just in response to that, we don't know I've never really seen a breakdown. What's it cost the county to implement the Affordable Care Act? How many employees have we hired? How many, we hired hundreds and hundreds of eligibility workers. And so I've never really seen the net, I understand why somebody would support it and why people are opposed to it, but,
Really, you don't see the benefit of having
yeah, I said I
people
have
that
seen it. I've seen the benefit, but
of
has it been a net benefit to the county
financially?
Financially.
Is that all you're looking at?
No, I didn't say that's not all I'm looking at. I'm just saying there's an argument to be made that you said it's like it's a no-brainer. Well, it's not always a no-brainer financially. So, you guys can do your vote. And let's just get to it. Let's call for the question and move it forward.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, and then we will do as Supervisor Labanino suggested.
I will make one suggestion in that obviously the Affordable Care Act is going to be changed. The question is how much, whether it's totally repealed and then they replace it with a lot of things that look the same or not. And so maybe what my suggestion would be is that we stick to the provisions that ensure the maximal number of people to have preventative health care coverage and cost savings to the county. And I think that's something that Mr. Lavanino and I could come up with in language of Ledge Committee to address Supervisor Wolf's very, very important points.
So I'll just restate what I said, and that is oppose any changes to the Affordable Care Act that would reduce or eliminate our current funding.
Is that a motion?
That's the motion.
Okay.
And it was seconded.
That was seconded, and I stand by that second. That's good language.
Any more discussion? Okay. I'll ask you to do a roll call vote here.
Mr. Williams? Aye. Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam? Abstain. Mr. Lavanino?
Abstain.
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes with 3 ayes and 2 abstentions.
And just to be clear, I'm sorry, that it was also to forward, the motion was to include the forwarding of these other issues to Ledge Committee to iron out and complete.
Right, but this gives immediate direction for Mr. Walters and his firm. Okay. Now, the issue of immigration was another. Is there any desire to discuss this as a board to give some direction to our Ledge Committee? I see no lights, so apparently not. Yes, Supervisor Williams.
I do think in the context of current events that I can support the direction that Supervisor Wolf is asking for. I'm not completely clear on the language, but I'll just put it out there. I think for Santa Barbara County and for the state of California to not have a different approach to immigration than where the federal government may be headed is just a matter of survival. This isn't like liberal do-good stuff. This is about our business and economy surviving, and this is about a demographic problem. In 20 years, California will have the same demographics as Japan in terms of age strata. We will not have enough working people unless we have immigrants. And so the idea that we would exile the people who are going to pay for y'all in our old age is just a suicidal strategy for the state of California. And I think it's understandable that we would have a different view on immigration.
Okay, so these are comments for consideration about direction to the Ledge Committee. Supervisor Adam?
Well, I just wanted to I'm trying really, really hard here to keep my mouth shut because, I don't want to destroy the goodwill that we have so far as it currently exists. And so, I'm trying not to be offensive, but, if we created more opportunity in California, the reason we have the shrinking youth demographic that we have is because all the opportunity is somewhere else and they're going there to pursue it. And so if we create more opportunity in California, then you'll have more influx of younger people, because who wouldn't want to live here, right? Especially if you're young and you like to ride bikes and surf and yada yada. And so, we need to keep our youngsters that are here from wanting to leave, and we need to attract other youngsters to come here and do well. And that's your demographic answer.
Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my comment had to do with continued support of
Could you
Dreamers.
tell us what page you're on,
I'm
please?
sorry, it was page 3, Comprehensive Immigration Reform. I was just wanted us to consider another bullet, which would ensure the continued support of DACA or Dreamers. I just think it would, for those young kids who have gone through the extensive process to become certified, that the notion of changing that is just reprehensible to me. And so, and there has been talk of repealing that. And so that simply my suggestion was to ensure continued support of DACA. Now, if the board wanted me to make a motion to include that today, I'm happy to do that, or we can send that to the Ledge Committee.
Why don't you go ahead and make a motion, because then we have clear direction from the board as a whole to the Ledge Committee.
Well, this would ensure that it is part of the platform. So I will make a motion that we add a bullet that states that we are ensuring continued support of DACA.
Is there a second?
Second.
Again, Mr. Allen, would you call the roll?
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam? Mr. Lavadino? Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes 3 ayes, 2 abstentions.
Okay, so that's clear direction to the Ledge Committee to include that as part of the platform. That brings us to the final issue that was raised about the net metering for solar. And just while I have the mic, I'm very supportive of that. Supervisor Wolf?
No,
Supervisor Lavanino?
Madam Chair, I don't know enough about it, so if you could, if Supervisor Williams, when you bring it to Ledge, I mean, it can wait till we go to Ledge, or do you need to do it now?
Why don't we wait to
Okay.
bring it to the
No,
Ledge
just-
Committee? And then what I'd like now is a motion to continue this item, I believe, to February 6th? Or I'm sorry, February 14th is what I had. Yes, sorry. The committee itself will meet on the 6th. And can you come back on the 14th? Or I think sooner is better than later, but the 28th was an alternative.
So, Chair Hartman, a couple things here, maybe for housekeeping reasons. You might want to consider recommendations D, E, and F, which is to receive the report, provide direction to staff, which you have now done, and then F, also the CEQA findings. And then if you'd like to make it, for a return on the 14th, we will work with that if that's the desire of the board.
Are you saying we should receive and file the 2016 report today?
Chair Hartman, the reason why I mentioned that, we would not come back necessarily with the status report on last year with, Cliff and Tom's presence here. So we would be returning with just the platform planks that you've actually charged us to go back and revise. So that it's your discretion, though.
Sure. Well, let's get business done. Can we vote on the CEQA, or does that apply to 2017? Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair Hartman, you could move the CEQA action today, take
Today.
action on the CEQA action, and when it comes back, we'd have another CEQA action. It might be good to just discuss with Mr. Bozanich whether he actually has enough time to come back on the 14th, and if he doesn't, then another option for the board today would just be to make clear that the 2016 legislative platform remains in effect except for the changes voted on, and that way if the Ledge Committee gets some short order or time-sensitive item in February, they would know what the direction of the board was.
Mr. Bozanich, did you have more to add?
No, I appreciate the suggestion by council.
I'll move D, E, and F, returning on the 14th or a subsequent meeting if the 14th is not possible, and with clear direction to our lobbyists that the 2016 platform stands as is in the meantime.
As amended, based on actions of today as well.
Well, it wouldn't include those actions yet because we have not put those into the platform. It's the clarity that Mr. Gazzoni was asking for, that the current platform stands for any immediate matters that they're to deal with, or if any Congress member wants to read our whole platform, or something like that, that the current platform stands at.
Just one moment. Mr. Bozanich, would you put back up on the project what the motion was before us? And may I have a motion to receive and file the 2016 and to accept the CEQA, receive and file the 2016 legislative report?
That's D, E, and F. I'll move D, E, and F.
And, okay, may I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. So that brings us then to the 2017 legislative platform, right? And the issue is whether we continue the existing platform and then continue this item back on the 14th. Is that correct? Okay.
that was E.
Supervisor Williams?
The reason, I think the logic of Mr. Gazzoni and maybe my logic is that if there is any issue for the lobbyists to deal with between now and when it comes back, they should have the reference point, and the reference point would be the unamended 2016 legislative platform.
Okay, so the motion then is to continue that and to that is, it remains in effect, and we continue this item until February 14th. Does that work? And, okay, a second, please.
Chair Hartman, just for clarity, rather than saying continue, because that typically means continuing all the different actions, I would say
Okay,
that we are
thank you.
returning to the board on February 14th or a subsequent date.
With this issue of the 2017
Correct.
legislative platform after the Ledge Committee has an opportunity to review it.
Correct.
Thank you. So we have a motion. Did we get a second?
I'll second, but I have
Okay,
some
and then discussion. Supervisor Wolf and then Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to ensure that for our lobbyists who are here, that the two actions that we did take, though, that there is an understanding that they are part of our platform for 2017, even though we haven't finalized the document. But we took votes up here to essentially include them in the platform. So that's the understanding. Are we all on the same
I'm
page?
seeing nods. So
Okay.
do you need any? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain? I'm sorry. Abstain? 1? Okay, go ahead and call the roll.
Mr. Williams? Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Adam? Mr. Lavanino? Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes 3 ayes, 2 abstentions.
Okay, that gets us through our...
Can I stop this thing? And I think we had a vote a minute ago that was sort of inconclusive, and I want to make sure that I'm on record as abstaining to that one as well. The motion previous.
That was there was a voice vote. Yeah.
Of
Yeah,
accepting.
so I was
Okay.
I was
D, on
abstaining.
DENF.
Yeah, I was abstaining on that one as well.
Okay. I'll note
Sorry,
that for
I'll
the
make
record.
sure to hold that open for you. Supervisor Wolf.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Allen if these actions that we just took are clear for you. And sometimes
I
we
can go
forget to
back.
ask you.
Yeah, it'll be like an old. Yeah, I'll be able to figure it out. I think I have it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Dennis
Madam Chair.
Bozanich and I will work it out.
Okay, I think that concludes our departmental agenda, and so we will recess to closed session, and then we will reconvene after the closed session to report on that. Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, today the board is noticed in closed session to meet with County Council concerning one case of anticipated litigation, one existing litigation case, Bjorklund v. Woodhill et al., conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives, to consider one public employee appointment for public health director, as well as one public employee performance evaluation for county executive officer. My estimate is about 2 hours of closed session materials.
So we may be back at 2 o'clock, but there's no guarantees. All right, thank you.
I just want to say,
Supervisor Wolf, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank our
Just for the record, I will have to leave at 1 o'clock because I'm flying out of Burbank to get to Sacramento, representing the board on the Stepping Up initiative. So I may not be here when we reconvene.
Thank you. think I'm just waiting for Mr. Gazzoni to come back. Let's go ahead. We're reconvening the January 17th meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors at 1:55 in the Santa Maria Hearing Room. We are returning from closed session where we discussed administrative item 3. Mr. Gazzoni, did you have something to report about that?
Chair Hartman, I would make the report from closed session, and then my recommendation would be resume the open session consideration of item 3. But in closed session today, you considered one case of anticipated litigation with County Council, one existing case of litigation, Bjorklund v. Woodhill. You met with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. You considered public employee appointment for public health director, as well as public employee performance evaluation for county executive officer. There are no reportable items from closed session.
Thank you. Ms. Miyasato?
Chair Hartman, if you would like to, we trailed item A3 in the open session agenda, if you'd like to consider that now, and that was to consider recommendations regarding the Sheriff Managers Association's successor MOU, with actions to approve the MOU and then to take the CEQA actions.
Thank you. And we did have a motion and a second. Is that correct for that?
I don't believe we did.
Okay. Well then, okay, we just trailed it without. Okay. May I have...
And Chair Hartman, you also received a public comment from the Sheriff's Managers Association, and I don't see any other public comment on this matter.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I don't have my, do you have
They took our materials.
Yes. So it's A3. So I will after some discussion, I personally couldn't find anything that our negotiating team had omitted or missed. I think they expressed our position very well. So I will go ahead and move A3 with staff recommendations A and B.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any additional discussion, Supervisor? Okay.
Is this a roll call, Chair?
Yes, there are some lights on.
Just for vote.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Wolf?
Aye.
Supervisor Adam?
No.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Chair Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, I think we've done our work for today, so we adjourn and we will reconvene in Santa Barbara on January 24th. Thank you. Yeah, it's Patagonia. Oh.